What up, friends? Happy Wednesday. How are we? Are we ready to chuck some sausages? I have a mission, and that mission tonight is to try to beat that game. We're going to try. No promises are being made. Yes, it is technically Wiener Wednesday. Yes, that's fine. We can refer to it as such. We're out of practice, man. It's been a few days. We got to try to get back into the swing of things, if you know what I mean. But if we do beat it, I don't know. We'll see what happens after that. Maybe Faz, maybe something different. I don't know. But we'll see. I did see the coach was having internet issues today. I did see that. Which sucks. They could have got they could have gotten way further than they did. Lady Peaches, thank you for the 2 months. Araby, thank you for the resub, friend. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Thank you for the prime, friend. 31 months. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, cool. Groovy. I don't need this open. We don't need that open. Not a hot dog. Not this time. No, not a hot dog. I don't have to fall asleep to the 24/7 channel tonight. Let's go. More wiener walloping. Jesus. Relax. Every time that you say that, I think of Tommy Boy. The paramedic bit. The paramedic bit from Tommy Boy. What the hell? Wait, what paramedic bit? Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm losing it. Sky, how are you? Slane, I'm good. Good to see you. Got some new Oreo flavors. I heard. I'm not that excited, man. I'm really not that excited for the new flavors. Yeah. When he lights the car on fire. When he lights the car on fire. Oh, wait. No, I'm thinking of Black Sheep. Wait, hold on. Are we thinking of the right thing? Oh, the toy car. Okay, there we go. Yep, got it. New guy's puking in the back. Got it. Yeah, there we go. It took me a second to yeah. I was thinking of like an actual like ambulance. I wasn't thinking of the toy thing. Yeah. Next thing you know, your daughter's knocked up. I've seen it 100 times. Yeah. Cackling Crone. Think of the 14 months, dude. Thank you. Thank you. What's up, Macy? Good to see you. My long lost half brother found my dad yesterday after 30 years. Jesus, dude. I mean, that's pretty awesome. I hope it's an awesome thing. Such a good movie. Oh, Tommy Boy. I've got to add that to my list. I've got to add that to my list. Oh, movies that I want to get. Got to add it. Is that too loud? I can take it back down to the 50 if I need to. How's Wednesday? Wednesday's okay. It is okay. It's good in a manner of speaking. It's good. No, I don't have Tommy Boy. No, not on VHS. Almost, I like 95% of the movies that I have found in the wild. So it's a different feeling when you find it. You don't just go out of the way to buy it. An example of one that I went out of the way to buy was like when I went to buy Barefoot in the Park because that's one of my wife's favorite movies. So yeah, not yet. Right. Mr. 420, thank you. Thank you. Siren, thank you for the 18 months. His mom moved before he was born. Never told my dad about him. Damn. Well, I'm glad that he's getting to talk to him. Sir Vanyo, hello, friend. But yeah, Tommy Boy's good stuff. That, Black Sheep, all those. I don't think I have any movies. I don't think I have any Chris Farley movies. I don't think so. No, I have Dan Aykroyd movies. Hey, Taku, good to see you. Clover, good to see you. Hello. Mark, hello. Happy Wiener Wednesday. First time watching the stream. Been watching the videos for a month now. This week my boyfriend broke up with me. What an ass. The videos have helped me a lot. Well, I'm so glad they helped. And you know what? Bigger, better things. Bigger, better things. Always. Always, always, always. Black Sheep is a great movie. Yeah. Yup. Gonna go to the video store, make a list. Oh, chaotic. Let me know, dude. Seriously. Happy Wiener Wednesday. That's right. Dorito, hello. We'll see how far we get in this game today. We are well over halfway. When I say well over halfway, I mean like I think we've got like probably, if I had to guess, like 30% of the game left. So we'll see. I feel like Cool Runnings is better than Tommy Boy. I would disagree, but I think that both are great movies. I can't just send them. I didn't know shipping is so much. Oh yeah, no, chaotic. Seriously. No, let me know. I have no problem giving you whatever's needed. Yeah. Timothy, what's up, dude? Good to see you. I'm going to find like the middle ground for here. No, this will be fine. We'll just leave it there. Momo, hello. It's funny. Today, Coach played the Weird Sausage game today, and I gave her my playlist to play. It was better than I expected. It was so good. Tinkerbell, good evening. How are you? Tashi, hi, friend. How's it going? I'm disappointed the hot dog costume isn't here, to be honest. Well, you know what? Maybe we make that one of the goals this evening. Carrie, happy Wiener Wednesday. Hello. Did she have a crash out? She did not. No, she's not much of a crash out kind of person. Like when it comes to gaming and stuff, like freaking out, she doesn't really crash out. Love the playlist. It's so good. So what does Wiener Wednesday consist of? It consists of me slinging a sausage. Have you seen House on Haunted Hill? Yes. Never saw it. 90s horror movie buff. I'm shocked. House on Haunted Hill. Wait. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Hold on. Yes. Oh, that was such a good movie. That is exactly what I was thinking of. I wanted to make sure I wasn't confusing it with a different one. House on Haunted Hill was the one with Price and with the roller coaster. And oh man, that scene when she's filming with the camcorder and she can't see it with her eye, like she can only see it through the camera. Effing Goryo. And then the thing comes running at her. Oh, so good. Love it. Hi, Neon. Swinging a what? You heard me. And if I don't see Tom slinging a sausage anytime soon, I'm going to be sad. House on Haunted Hill, I watched a lot. Going to go live on YouTube. Yes, as soon as I start the game, I'll be live over there too. Yes. Last house on the left. Yes. Listen. See, Tom, no, Tom? Listen, Tom? We need a VHS master list. I actually, you know what? I'm going to figure out somewhere to post it. I do have a master list of all the movies that I have. I'll post that somewhere. The thing I need to do, though, maybe I make it a Google form so that way I can update it. And when I update it, that stays updated. I like the Vincent Price version of House on Haunted Hill. I never actually saw that one. The one with Owen Wilson? No. You're thinking of, what are you thinking of? You're thinking of the one with, was it The Haunting? Oh my God. Neon, thank you for the biddies. Yeah, you're thinking of The Haunting. Yeah. I was like, that's what I'm thinking of. Yep. The one with Catherine Zeta-Jones and Liam Neeson and stuff. Yeah. Owen Wilson, head go pop right off. Yeah, ew indeed. I would agree, Roxy. Ew. Hi, friend. Pumpkinhead, great movies. My brother walked in and heard slinging sausage and turned around and walked right back out. Well, you know what? We don't want that kind of company. How about that? They are welcome to go walk back out all they want. Tell them to come back in so they can walk back out again. That's the way it should go. The Pumpkinhead movies, I feel like I only ever saw like, there's like 3 of them, aren't there? I've only seen like 1 of them. Children of the Corn. Children of the Corn was fine. I don't know. I was never a big Children of the Corn fan. I didn't care, I guess, about it as much. Kind of weird. Got my partner to watch Forrest Gump for the first time. My wife, when she saw Forrest Gump for the first time, is because I showed her Forrest Gump. That's my favorite movie. Not much of a horror person. Halloween. Oh, H2, it turned me off. Oh, man. No, I would definitely give other movies a try. Don't let that one turn you down. The OG It movie. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's funny. I told my wife that. I told her we need to watch the original Rocky Horror movie. I said we need to give that a watch because she hasn't seen that either. And now that there's all this talk, obviously, about Tim Curry in the news and everything. So, yeah, lots of great flicks, man. Lots of great memories. What is the movie with the platinum blonde children and they have psychic powers? Children of the Corn. No, I know what you're thinking of. Rob Zombie Halloween movies. Dude, I would love to get like I would get it made. Like a VHS copy of like House of a Thousand Corpses. I feel like that would hit different. I feel like that movie should be on VHS. Children of the Damned, I think. That sounds right. Yeah. Shining, great stuff. I love The Shining. That's a good one. It's just eerie. It's a slow go, but you love it. Wanted to name my son Malachi so bad, but didn't. Probably a good idea. So many different types of horror movies. I love psychological horror, but struggle with slasher. I don't mind a slasher flick every now and then, but I like older slasher flicks more than I like newer ones. Always forget that Dwight was in House of the... I know! Turned him into the fish guy. 13 Ghosts. Love that movie. Love it. You know, the Halloween Horror Nights is doing a whole area. I did hear about that. Dude, Halloween Horror Nights, they've been talking about that nonstop. I've been hearing about that like crazy. House of Wax, I've been seeing a lot of clips about, like the new, obviously I say new, it's not new, but the modernized House of Wax. I've been seeing lots of clips about that. Yeah. Oh, man. Ted Best, what's up, dude? Silent Hill movie is better than the second one. The Silent Hill franchise is one I just never really got into. I need to give it another chance. I just never did. Like the games, the movies, I just never did. Call Me Lucy. Sorry. Need to make this series about 13 Ghosts. I would love it if they did an actual like show of it and every episode was based on like the origin of each ghost or a pair of ghosts or whatever. That would be so good. Legend and Clue were 2 of my favorite Tim Curry movies. I liked Home Alone 2. Obviously he wasn't a main, but I mean, you know, he's well known for it. But Home Alone 2, Rocky Horror, Three Musketeers, Muppet Treasure Island. Some of my favorites. Clue was really good too. Love it as Nigel. Oh, you know what's another one that never gets talked about? Congo. Great movie. Was your favorite? He was just amazing. Probably has Muppet Treasure Island on now. Good. Culture. Absolute culture. Three Musketeers. So many good actors in that one. Tons. Fucking Kiefer Sutherland. You've got Charlie Sheen. Why can't they make movies like they used to? Because they're trying to cater to different types of audiences now, unfortunately, which sucks. Harry Potter is a perfect Halloween series. I mean, Harry Potter as a series is just a great watch. Hi, Coach. We were talking about you. We were talking about you and your slinging sausages and stuff and things. Yeah. Have you seen Over the Garden Wall? I have not. I got to meet Kiefer. You get to meet Kiefer Sutherland in 2 weeks. What? The White Ape movie? No, Congo. It was called Congo, right? Was it called Congo? Am I thinking of the wrong? No, that's it. Yeah, with the gorilla, or what, I don't know if that's technically correct. Named Amy. Was it named Amy? And they had like this really cool like sign language thing on its arm, so it would sign and it would speak out loud. And they were like on the hunt for diamonds. The white ape was Rampage. Yeah, that sounds more accurate. Now, in that movie, there were a bunch of apes that were like different color, and they were like psycho, like crazy, crazy, crazy. That's how Tim Curry met his maker in that movie. Meeting Nick Cage too. What the hell? Loving the smog monster in Ferngully saying it began turning into a humanoid shape, going from weird sludge snake to man was so awesome as a kid. Ferngully was a very beautiful movie. I barely remember it. Oh, conventions. Oh, that's cool. Okay. That's pretty rad. What's up, Wendy? How are you? Written by Michael. I don't know how to pronounce that. Same person who wrote Jurassic Park. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Watch Rocky Horror as soon as you found out. My wife hasn't. We saw it on Broadway. She hasn't seen the movie, so I want to show it to her soon. I just got to get a hold of it. Sounds like a great punk band name, Crazy Apes. All the gorilla talk has me super excited for the People versus Gorilla. Yeah. Gonna binge some movies. I've got a few. Do I have Clue? I don't think I do. Hold on. I'm looking right now. No, I do not. I didn't think I did. Though the actor talk, what is the most famous person you've ever met? Oh God, I'd have to think, dude. That'd be a hard one to answer. Juju, hello, friend. Happy Wednesday. Gonna see the new Insidious. Yeah, probably eventually solo by myself because my wife doesn't like horror movies. Doesn't want to be scared. Rumors that they're remaking it. I don't. Why? Why remake it? Why? The old one was great. It was perfect. Leave it alone. It was so good. TB, thank you for the 5 months, man. Absolutely love the stuff you're made. I appreciate you. And Lane, thank you for the 10. My goodness. Thank you for the good times. The streams are consistent. Bright spots in the week. Oh, that's so nice of you to say, dude. I know they're remaking everything. Why can't they just find original IPs? Like, make something new that we can enjoy. Stop just remaking shit because it's easier to do and then people will throw money at it. Remake after remake after remake after remake. Hence why we have live actions of every goddamn animated movie you can think of. I don't want it. Who needs it? I didn't even see the Moana remake or the Moana live action, but I was already told it was like shot for shot. It's like, well, what the hell's the point of it then? Hollywood's run out of ideas. I just hate it. I've read so many books, make good movies, but God for I know. I liked Lilo and Stitch. I thought that was a good one. I would have to agree. Making a sequel for Rom-Com, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Cash grabs, yeah. In a manner of speaking, it's just to keep it relevant. I think I have a fit. Listen, as long as it's not shot for shot, I bet Tangled is going to be really good. Yeah. What's his name? Milo, whatever his name is, the guy from Zombies and all that stuff. He's great. Oh yeah, he's a great actor. Great actor, great voice. Yeah. Trying to bleed Star Wars dry. Yeah. Milo Manheim. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I never heard of the girl that's playing Rapunzel. I've never heard of her before. Studios are too scared to drop millions on original ideas. Now they know that they can remake a popular IP. We need to revolt. You know how we revolt? I'll tell you how. Slinging sausages. All right, let's open up the game. Let's get going. This is how we fight. Via sausages. Whip it out. Is it going to recognize the game? Hello? Hello? No? All right, I'll just look at I'll watch it myself. Sorry guys, you don't get to watch today. Hold on, what if I, hold on. What if I click around in the game a little bit? Will that do it? Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Another sausage in the wall. That's right. All right, we need to get our silly music on. We can't be listening to this while we're slinging sausages. All right, where do we start? Good deal. Flash, what do you tell your wife when she asks, what are you going to do in games? Do you say flinging sausage? I'm not against it. I don't mind. Got a new puppy. Let's go. What kind? Tom, this playlist, it's all epidemic music, so I have the license for it. It's 7 hours of just goofy, ridiculous music for things like this. I will now remember this. It's called quirky comedy. It's what I called it. Quirky comedy. It's got some good ones. There was one on here that's a balloon one, and oh my god, it was it's this one right here. So this started playing, right? And Coach is just flinging her sausage around and flipping it around. And then randomly she stopped and she's like, why does that sound like balloons? And I said, did you check the name of the song? Oh, it's called Squeaky Balloons. You goofball. All right. Let's take a look at the gallery, I guess. Wait, let me get it going everywhere else. Or not everywhere else, you know what I mean. Get going on the tubes as well. Chesney was busy playing with her sausage, correct. A corgi shepherd mix. Oh, a cootie patootie. Today on Faz was brilliant. We need to play Faz soon, my friend. We need to do the stuff and also the things. Want to know her name? Yes, please. Ready to watch you play with your weenie? Let's go. All right, let's look at the gallery so we can see how far we have come. And it even shows you where you landed your sausage. When's my next Phasmophobia lobby? Probably the beginning of next month. Yeah, since we obviously got next month, we'll the beginning of next month, like maybe the first week or something like that, we'll do viewer day. Trying to beat it today, that's the goal. Yes, we're gonna see if we can beat the game today. Yeah. Jamie, thank you for the 22 months. 13 Ghost series is in the making. It's 13 episodes, backstories of each ghost. Is that actually happening though? Because I've heard a rumor about it and I tried to look it up and there was no basis for the claim. Like there was nowhere. It was somebody like suggesting it would be a cool idea. Her name is, oh, that's a cool name. The Sausage Tongue. I know. Yeah. I would have to see the source because if it is actually going to happen, absolutely ecstatic. No, thank you. Listen, also, I'll make you a deal today. We'll see what happens. So if we, she didn't get the sausage tongue. Oh, did hers just go straight in? Oh, okay. So we'll spin the wheel when we hit this, right? If we hit it again, I will enable the sausage alerts again. You hear that, Tom? Hers went all the way in. Some of us can't reach. You know, we try our best. All right, let me actually do this instead. Hold on. I'm doing like a low. I'm changing my stream deck. Hold on. Do this one there. What I'm doing is I'm just changing the values so that way I can change the music and it's not stupid loud. There we go. There's an article on IMDb website about it. I'll have to do some digging, see what I can find. Why is it so bright? This? Oh, this is that bright. All right, so this is how far we have slung our sausages. These are all the levels we have completed. What you see is the objective, and you see what we did to beat that objective. So I have a couple good ones here. The mouth, classic. The glass cup, like a little wiener garnish. Toilet, I gave that a tongue for some reason too. I don't know why both of those landed like that, but okay. What else? Do we have any other good ones here? The invisible man, little wiener hat, that works too. The glue stick was stupid. This was swinging for like a solid like 2 minutes. What else do we got here? Some of these are really stupid. I forgot some of these. This one sucked. Coach got through this one fast. Bear got stuck on the wall. Dude, it's rough. You know what the best one was? When I stood up this, oh my God. So Coach was moving her camera around, and she had her camera up here, and she stood up. My God. Let's see. Wiener 747. We've beat the brick wall. And then another tough one, the letter, which I did way faster. Lollipop. Look, we got a lot done. The last one we did was the 8-ball, so now we move on to the bulb. Saw a game about sausages, had to come immediately. Might want to watch your wording. Careful, SpongeBob. Jemima Wood, what's up, dude? The letter one was easy for you. It was definitely not that bad for me. Man, there's a lot of levels still, though. But we definitely are over halfway done. So we're just going to get into it, I guess. I don't even remember the strats here. So I guess we'll just go for it, yeah? Don't judge me. That's okay. You can judge us. It's fine. Oh, no. All right. This one's got to be a high flyer, I think. I had an idea. Oh, God, he's playing with the sausage again. Yep. Do I need to land like... Oh, okay. Need some more juice. Go back a little bit. And Hadouken. Shit. Need to give it more life. Forward momentum. Nope. Okay. Acrobatic. Yeah. Shit. Okay. I gotta let it swing a little more. Okay, that was no too much. Need more juice. Yeah. I'm on it. Yeah. God damn it. Tell the sausage. No, this is the same sausage over and over again. Oh my God. F it. I'm going back to this. Drop. The old typical swing and toss. I'm not trying to. Wiener party. Wiener party. Oh, it's the end of the song. I'm like, why is that not making any sound? Sizzle. God damn it. Hate how floppy it is. It's fine. Oh. Going around playing with a sausage on stream again. 6 foot. I have to. They told me I have to or else I get in trouble. Oh. A bit flaccid. Okay, what do you want? Do you want a firm sausage? Like, how does that even work? Dude, I'm struggling. What if I... Yes? Okay. All right. Those go flying. No sausage shame. Not around here. Okay. God damn it. Oh my God. The grandma from Beer Fest. Oh no. Slippery sausage. I forgot about her. She was making him warm. God damn it. Imagine if it got firmer the longer it sizzled in the pan. That'd be kind of cool, though. Because then it would change the trajectory and how, like, you know, how it moves, how it flies. Fly, sausage, fly! Down. Oh, yikes. Struggling. We'll get there. We'll get there. It did flew. Flew! So you're up to old wiener shenanigans. Yeah. It's proof I'll watch anything. Listen, I mean, does it not display that I'll play anything? Oh! Way too floppy. Way too floppy. I know, Katie. I know. I'm literally like, it's short, like, there's no middle ground here. I feel like the song is mocking me. No, too floppy. Did you have to get approval from your wife to play with the weenie for all to see? No, she said it was okay. She said, honey, as long as you're bringing home the bucks, you can do whatever you need to do. I have a feeling it's not going to settle. We're gonna give it a second. Give it time. Let it breathe. Hold on. Almost there. Let it try. One more second. We can do this. Almost at the station. Plane's gonna land. It's the sound. I know, the thuds. It's fine. Let's just do it again. Whatever, it's fine. Oh, I was about to say, come on now. How's it not counting? I guess it's just not settled. Yeah. Oh, backflip. See, let it go. Nope, too floppy. Just need a gentle tippy tappy. Yep. Brakes should be flying through this game, right? Oh my God, it's just too much. It's too much. You'd think. Now I know what I want for dinner. You want a sausage? You can have this one when we're done with it. Suck my white ass ball. Now we're talking. Next, hello, friend. Next one's gonna be ridiculous. What is the mug? It's the Camp Crystal Lake mug. Can we clip in this chat? What do you mean, can we clip? Oh, I'll take it. Do you have a cup warmer on your desk? No, just a regular coaster. It's a little filthy because I poured stuff on it, but just a regular coaster. You know, classic Super Mario 3 coaster, you know. I have my hand on WASD as if I'm driving this around somewhere. Clip? Yeah. Yeah, if you weren't allowed to clip in a channel, you wouldn't be able to clip. Was that Oh, do I have to get it on the ledge? How the Okay, hold on. No, stop, settle. Okay. Gotta rim it. Yeah. Ooh, that's the idea, maybe. We're just we're feeding the chimney sausages. Santa's got some work to do. Oh, Mommy, were we not good this year? Eat the sausage. It makes me think of that scene from Scrooged when his dad comes home and he brings him just like a pound of veal. Oh, imagine if I got it stuck in the chimney. Ugh, way too much. All right. The old flipper. Oh! With the price of everything these days, I wouldn't mind. Oh, hell no. Dude, that's like $50. Everything I'm making has like a little tongue coming out of it. Oh, hey, Chef Hat. Perfect music. Not my song, the one that they were just playing. Settle. Oh, come on. It was literally there. That's stupid. Spruggy, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. There. Ka-chow. Nope, not even close. It's a greasy hat. I think so, too. That's right. Give it a little bit of love. Need more love. What if I go here and go... Okay. Go here and go here. Oh, damn it. It's the easy ones. The easy ones get you. Here, drop, pop. The old drop and pop. Too much love. Nice. All right, Sam, good. How are you? I've got to get it up there. Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh. That's what why would she say that? She wouldn't say that. Way too much. Holy shit. Playing Jurassic Park. Oh, nice. For what console? Oh, got a rimmer. God damn it. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Oh! Hey, I'll take it. You open your book and this is what you see. What the fuck? Get booked. Right in the face. Am I supposed to get it on the finger? Oh, she's dancing. Oh, this feels weird. This doesn't feel okay. This feels very strange. It's the smallest sausage I've ever seen. Okay, well, compared to the massive hand/duck, look at the pan. Yeah. Pop. Oh, come on, man. Game reminds you of Ren and Stimpy. Oh my God. Love that show. What is this? A sausage for ants? Happy, happy, joy, joy. Oh my God, just slithering down the beak is just unnecessary. Come on, man. Oh, I've got to figure out a way to give it more. Stop. Oh. Galaxy, I'm good. How are you? Give it her all she's got, Captain. It's not enough. Yeah. You got a little thing on your nail. Anteater? What the shit? Tired but good. I feel you, dude. Settle, settle, settle. Oh, come on. That's such a slippery slope. What am I supposed to do about that? I don't like how it slides down the tongue. It is a little weird. Yeah. The whole way down, too. Like, it's the most disgusting slide we've ever seen. Like, come on, man. Tater, tell it to stop. Thank you for the 55 months, Mr. Tater Cheap. Stop playing with your sausage. But that's the game. I'm supposed to play with my sausage. Mr. Tater Cheap, how are you, sir? Tater, have you played this at all yet? Like, is maybe like, no, I don't want to. Maybe I have to get it like all the. Haven't played Oda Lake 2? I'll do it. I should stop watching you play with your sausage. It's 2 a.m. Is that not the best time to watch, though? Less judgment from those in public? Someone should probably call PETA. No, look, I'm trying to feed the animal. It's not my fault that it's not eating the sausage. Like, oh, come. Oh, God damn it. I honestly am not sure what to do with this one. Been rewatching Are You Afraid of the Dark again? Oh, the original? Like, I'm sorry, please, you tell me, where the hell am I supposed to hit this thing? Your face is blocking a lot on mobile? What? My face is blocking a lot on mobile? How's that possible? On mobile, you can literally see the entire game. What? Now, in this, yes, I'm blocking the anteater, yes. Like, I could do this here. No, I can't. Wait. Why didn't that work? Oh, did that disconnect to my scene? Oh, I swear to God. On desktop, you can't see its head. Yeah, the sausage goes right behind it. All right, I'm not worrying about that right now. No, F it. Yeah, something happened with my scenes. I'll have to mess with it later. I don't care. Moves the cam, fixes fast. The sausage must continue. Yeah. No, we're not. No point in lollygagging. What the hell? I can't. This is the best strat I can think right now. Outside of like letting it go like another turn, and then with that forward momentum, trying to get like a heave hole. Oh, remember seeing something like that in Spaceballs. Wieners being chucked at anteaters. So if you turn to your right, you might be able to catch the sausage. Right? You talk about IRL? Like if I go like this and catch it? Like pull a coach, in other words? It's not far enough. It looks like you're chucking it at your face. Maybe I am. Oh my God. Almost had it. Dude, I don't know how to make this work. I've hit I've hit this damn anteater in every single spot that I can. Hold on. Here, I'm giving myself a little break for a second. Hold on. Yeah, why is that not working? Yes. 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 I got nothing, man. Whatever. When the sausage is too slick, yeah. Does it need to follow the curve of the tongue? Oh, like it wants to. Come from YouTube, the video, the all difficulty on Tangle. It was very interesting. I'm new at the game. It's a lot of fun, man. It almost went back to the pan. But welcome in, Robert. Good to see you. Oh. Hold on. Do these buttons work? Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So that works. Why does that not work? Does this work? No, it does not. What the shit? No. Ooh, I'll have to double check. Some things look like they're not linking the way they're supposed to be linking. Which is very, very, very interesting because they should be. I don't understand how you're gonna get stop moving. I don't either. All right, let me check this. Okay, so that does work. All right. Thank you, Ray-Ban. Thank you. The only way I can think to make it stop is to get it to like flop that way or to keep trucking that way. You know what I mean? So like a really, really far toss. Like that. Oh, it stopped kind of and then came right back. Ray-Ban, fix it. Oh, that was a big one. Oh, come on. Oh, dude, you just want to slide. Have you tried tossing harder? Yes, I have. Look, harder. Never mind. Do better. Roger that. Try swapping hands. No, they call that the stranger. Who oiled this pan? Less lube, more friction. Okay, noted. That went literally almost past the screen and came right back. No, it was not nice. It came right back. What is this game about? You are literally looking at it. No looker? Shit. Bug Mom, hello. How are you? Shit. Can't see it past your forehead. Listen, dude. There, I'll manually do it. It's silly. It's stupid. It's landing and it just slides right off. Oh, come on. Fuck. Have you tried to glue? No, I've not tried to glue the sausage. No, I have to say I missed that part. What if I just let it, hold on, fall down? What if it just stuck? Like right at the end there, just like it like stuck to the tongue. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep trying. One of these hits is going to like bounce and land flat and stop moving. No, frying it, keeping it in the pan longer doesn't make it like stickier. Uh-oh. I see we are at an impasse. Touche. Yep, there's no calculations for this. Not that I can tell. Even the frying pan had a tongue. Look, all the way back there. Man. Pop. Just pop. It's the buttered up, greased up deaf guy from, what the hell? Greased up deaf guy from Family Guy. I think you had the right idea, tossing it up super far, like really far back that way. I think that is the move. I think that's not the move. It's almost got to go off screen. That's what I'm thinking too, which is kind of ridiculous. It kind of defeats the purpose, right? Oh, he was staring at it. Did you see his little peepers? He was looking at it. Cha, cha, cha. God damn it. That's the move. It just has to go further. Oh, boy. Give it the old razzle dazzle. It's fine. We'll just keep at it. It'll be fine. Eventually we'll get it. I just have to figure out a way to get like way, way further. Try getting grill marks. Because when you pop, like when it hits the pan, you like, and you pop, it goes really far, but there's a method, man. Can he zoom out? No. Not that I'm aware of. Oh, son of a bitch. It's fine. We'll just keep at this for like another hour and we'll get there, okay? Remember NBA Jam? As you should. Since when are they slippery? You know. Since Chinggis was dipping them in his 50-gallon drum of lube. Yeah, it's got to go past the screen. God damn it. It seems like the small ridge on his nose is supposed to catch point. I know. I think you're supposed to just get this as far as humanly possible. I think that's the real move here. Figuring out how to do that. No. I think the way I'm doing it, I just gotta hit it the right time. Like that. Like that seems like the way. The fur? No. I don't think they're gonna have that on the top of their head though, like that. Or their nose, the top of their schnoz. Pop. Man. Haven't seen one before. I don't think I've seen one up close. I'm sorry, did that not just hit a wall of some sort? We're being punked. We're being punked. It does sound like Crash Bandicoot. It's so far. I hate it here so much. Faye, thank you for the 14 months. Sausage was almost off the screen, dude. God damn it. Nope. Seems harder than the wall. I don't think so. Amber, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back, friendo. Just need the tip showing. Fly. It would have been nice if it would have like rolled over the other direction. Yeah, that would have been nice. When it lands, it's at its highest throw arc. Throw the sausage when it lands on the anteater's head. It's at its highest throw arc. Well, the problem with trying to do that to like pop it at the highest it can be, like even popping it like that high, it still slides off. Can we ask them to look up a little bit, right? If you hold your sausage longer before dropping it, it'll make it flip further. It's true. Have you tried blowing on it? Ew. I hate it here. Ronto, thank you for the prime, man. Make the angle of the throw with the anteater slope head. See, but trying to, even then, we've had it land flat. Like really, really high up and flat, and then it just slides right off. Oh. I'm being robbed. I assumed as much. It's fine. I don't think it's impossible, and I'm persistent. So we're just going to keep chucking our sausage until it decides to take it. Nigel Thornberry. He's right back there. Where is he? He's right here. There he is. Look at that guy. Amber? Do you have to aim it at the tongue? I don't think so. I think I'm assuming that I'm doing this correctly. It's just, you've got to have that right hit to make it go flying. Shit. Tried cooking it. Tastes better that way? Okay. Girthquake, hello, friend. Kate, thank you for the 20 months. Thank you so much. Alex, thank you for the biddies. Spoiled yourself with the video. I have not looked up any way to beat any of these levels. Any way that we've beat them, we have just figured it out ourselves. You try throwing it harder. Oh, okay. I didn't think to do that. Less or more frustrating. It's not as frustrating yet. No, we're not at the wall level yet. Like, as in like frustration. Good night, Bryce. Have a good one. Tell you what, I'm going to curse at the next anteater I see, though. Do you already have the wall? I did. Like, how much further does it need to go, man? Literally off the screen or what? Curse and Chuck? I could do the old curse and Chuck. Fuck! Almost there. Like, come on. Hadouken! Do you have to get it in the end? No, I think there's like, you've got to get it like way past the top here. That's definitely the way. It's just, we just got to get there. Are we sure you don't get it lined up with the tongue? Well, if you line it up with the tongue, though, how's it going to stay? Look. All right. Who put Vaseline on the anteater? I think Chinggis dipped this anteater in his 50 gallon drum of lube. Someone just asked what I was doing right now. What do I tell them? Tell them that you're watching a married man that has 3 kids throw his sausage. I hope that helps. Oh yeah, throw his sausage at an anteater. Some bullshit. It's some bullshit. Ooh, Sapphire, thank you for the 11-month Prime, man. Thank you. You need more power. Okay. Look, that almost worked. What the That's so dumb. Why did that almost do it? It was right as the song was switching too. That was great. Hadouken! This is just at the zoo, and Anteater went on a rampage after a sausage was tossed at his face. Obviously, I'm not. It's like, there's this little spot right here. I was like, what if I landed here? Maybe that'll work. But it's not. It's just not happening. This literally little snake. God damn it. Hi, Carubba. Vocaloid, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you for the sub, friend. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me while I play with my sausage. And throw it at an anteater. Who would have thunk it, you know? An anteater would be the problem we have. You'd look at this and you think like, oh, this isn't that bad. It just has to land like in that one spot. Oh yeah, oh, we're gonna get this. Oh, we're gonna get this. Like you'd think, like right there, like that was it. Oh. Ray, thank you for the biddies. Gonna give you bits for staying calm. Oh, thank you. You don't take them back if I rage, do you? That was a bad throw. Nah. Oh. The anteater's gonna have the biggest grease trail down its snout. All of his friends are gonna make fun of him. Dude, what the hell's that smell? Charlie, is that you? I don't think so. Dude just straight smells up like sausage. Hadouken! You're confused. What are you confused about? We're chucking a sausage at an anteater. Seems pretty straightforward to me. Oh, that sausage perfume. Sausage scented anteater. Ugh. Imagine that as like one of your the car scents you get from the car wash. We have new car smell, pomegranate, or anteater who's been abused by 3,000 sausages. I'll take that third one. Sounds interesting. Oh, man. Got to make sure the sausage doesn't slide off. Oh, thank you, Glay. I appreciate the pro tip. New bean boozled flavor. Damn it, man. Glay, I'm being told that I've been robbed many a few times by this already. Talk to the sausage? All right, listen, sausage. Me and you. We need to have a chat. I'm going to need you to stop your slithers. Need you to knock it the hell off. Do you understand me? Do you know how to give it more power? The closest thing I can think of to give it more juice is like that. Sort of like, I mean, what I could try to do rather than instantly popping, maybe what I do is I do like the wall strategy where we had it come down like that. And then we did that to throw it like to throw with more oomph. Maybe it'll just stop on its own, you know? We'll see. Sausage, I command thee. Oh, man. Just getting there. We're going to get there. Clay, have you beaten this game? What if you let it go more than half of the pan? I think the problem you run into is that. I have not. Only played it once. Oh, okay. This is my second time. It's at least sliding back down slower. Yeah, I think it's because we're getting more momentum like this. I think that's why. Didn't expect it to be a thing. Oh, well, it is, sir. We all wanted to try it. It seems like such a simple concept. And then you get out there and start chucking your sausage and look at us. Now I feel like I'm Carl from Up chucking a sausage. Still flashbacks from the wiener wall. This is like our next wiener wall. Another wiener in the wall. Look at this ugly bastard. Look at where it's settled. So many wasted weenies. No, this is the same one over and over again. We just throw it, pick it up, and throw it again. Magnet. Okay. Well, I mean, it should be just a magnetic. It should just like the weenie should just be magnetic, right? Magnetic weenie? No metals? Raid, think of it the biddies. Pop it. Don't want to do it again? No, I'm good. Pop it. Low iron sausage. Oh. No metals in the Hagag. Oh, man. Our Hagog's metal list. Oh, no, I'm going to catch the wiener. Catch it. Catch and release program. Shit. Nope, too much. Too much. Thank you, Blondie. Go to the back half of the pan and ka-chow. Look at this guy. Go pop. Oh, that tricked me. I thought I was going for that. I have been fueled. Okay. I got arrested on his shoulders. Is that what that is? All right. Damn. That's all it needed. A little ka-chow. Ka-chow. Oh, pfft. Between the cheeks. Ka-chow. Oh, stop. Oh, what a piece of art. It's like he's balancing it. Look at him. Nailed it. That was a good one. Data cable? What? Do we just land it inside the thing? I'm assuming no. My assumption is that it's got to be like balancing on the cable or something stupid. God damn it, if I can even do that. Another tiny wiener. Oh, because no, it's just a really huge data cable. I almost plugged the wiener in. Did you see that? Too much. Too much wiener. Oh, that actually sits inside. Okay, I was curious about that. That's how I usually hang my sausages. Oh, what the fuck? I have to land it on the nail. Okay, a little more than that. Okay, a little more than that. Can I hammer the nail with the wiener? It's the idea. Way too much. Oh, man. At least you can say you nailed it. That's true. Now, plane zero. Oh. It's like the envelope all over again. Oh, this feels harder than the envelope. Refresh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I've got to find a consistent way to get this close. That's why I was like, if I catch it, I go back and then a little over the front. Oh, that's it's close. A little over the front. Shit. How much is this game? It's like $3. A little over the front. Oh, okay. This is gonna be hard. How's the sausage throwing going? Well, it's okay. Okay, way too far. $3 for a mental break. That's correct. $3 and you can lose your mind. Snozzage. Oh! Give it to it. God damn. Promise me that there won't be the nailed it pun when you get this. I promise. Not gonna happen. Not on my watch. This is gonna be just over and over and over until we just luckily get it. Oh, how do I make it? Okay, trying different things. If I just catch, release. Catch, release. Too much. Have you tried landing it on the nail? Oh. Oh, well, why didn't you just say so? What if I would have got it? That'd have been some crazy shit. Just instantly get it. Oh, man. Like, it's got to be the tiniest little pop. A little more than that, though. I just... it's going to bounce so much when it gets there. It's just going to bounce right off. What if I catch it in the pan, do a flip read? Okay, never mind. I was like, what if I flip it in the pan first? Now do a little pre-flip. See, flip it here and then bam. Go back here, flip it. Oh, dude. Okay, that'd have been straight aura. You go back here, you flip it once, and then you put it on the nail. Get it? Get it? Need the nail pointy up, right? Doing trick shots, yeah. Signing up for Dude Perfect. Why don't you just get it on the nail? Oh, like this? But stick the landing? Oh, okay. If you close your eyes. All right, I'm going to look away, okay? Hold on. I don't think it worked. Oh, boy. Edgy, thank you so much for the 4 months. Appreciate you. I think you being in your hot dog disguise helped. Listen, that's not happening tonight. Nope. Not tonight. Has to be impossible. No, it's just really tough. You just got to land it just right. That's the thing. Could you cook it for long and make it stiff? No, you can't cook it and make it stiff. That's not how that works. Was that from Major League? Got to throw the Frank further. Listen, I'm trying to, dude. Thank you, Donnie. First Nigel, now Donnie. What the fuck? How long have you been doing this? This specific one? I don't know. Probably like 15 to 20 minutes. Got to be a certain age to get a Major League reference. So you just have to be cultured. That's all. Doing great, sweetie. Thank you, Grizz. Or like under 10. Have I been doing it for like 10 minutes? Really? Well, maybe it just feels like I've been doing this forever. Oh, sick weenie. Thanks, bruh. Do a flip. Or I'll do a flip. That's not okay. Never. You know what? Never mind. I'll shut up. Do a flip and a ka-chow. Shit. It's just going to bounce. Like, that's the problem. 360 no scope. They come back here. You give her a flip. Ah. The lights don't work. No. I turned them off. I need to turn them back on, actually. Hold on. Imagine landing that vertically. Imagine. Here, I need to turn it back on. What is this game called? A weird game about sausage. If you're ever curious, you can always look under the stream. It'll always say what game I'm playing. right. I need viewer rewards, channel points, manage, and let's turn back on. Oh, they should be on. Oh, okay. Oh, they should be on now, though. Yeah. Okay. Where were we? Nailing this. Thanks. Hi, Kel. Flash, you're obsessed with this with sausages these days. Not obsessed, just curious. Just a curious little wiener. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be curious. I think so. Oh, damn it. Oh, dude, come on. The game gives you a nice sausagey glow. Thank you. Oh. Got it. That was hard. That's ridiculous. Drog, thank you for the biddies, man. Bacon. That shit's raw. Hold on, let's cook the sausage first, and then we'll put it on the bacon. Let's hold on to that one. Too much. All right, we got to go a little bit less. Hey, Duffini. Yeah, it's a sausage game. Yep. Shit. I'm clicking on stuff. God damn it. Okay, we're good. Where were we? Why is it such a limp sausage? Because I'm not excited yet. Oop, I'll take it. Complete all basic levels. We have completed all basic levels, all of them. Which means we now move on to whatever it is offering us next. Extra level 1. Am I going to have to land it on top of the word wow? No. Okay. Wow. All right. I guess. Oh, I can put my camera back up here, can't I? Hold on. All right. Have you completed all the levels? Well, I thought I did. Wow. I thought we did. The tip shaking is unnecessary. Yeah, we completed all the basic levels. You're awesome. No, you're awesome. Oh, these are nice. Nice little like levels with words of affirmation. That's nice. Thank you for playing my game. Of course. The rules for the extra level are we not in the extra level? What did kill do? You want to tip Flash? Don't use my own words against me. I put messages anywhere and you do what you do. What? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, so damn it. Ooh, nice. Don't trust the sausage. Why not? This one will be a little bit higher. Okay. Do a flip. What if it's even higher? Well, that just means we need to pop our sausage. Or further away. That just means we need to pop it further in the pan. Shit. Too much. Need less. Oh, like a glove. Much further. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Oh, it's gone. What do we got next? Okay. Is this how this is going to go? Like piece by piece by piece? Oh. Of course, now I'm just going too far. Landed on myself. Huh? God damn it. Maybe. Oh, man. I almost had it. Just got to get that right pop. Pop. That was a bit rude. It was literally resting on top of it. So, what do you stream? You know, it's funny with the sponsorship stuff they do on Twitch, you have the ability to set clips as featured sponsor clips so that they see that first whenever they're going to like pick people for sponsors. I should do nothing but this game. Just like 10 clips of me just chucking sausages at stuff. God damn it. Hey, what's up, Fatal? Come on. Wonder how many sausages on the floor now? No, see, there's a misconception. I don't think there's many sausages. I think it's a sausage we're just throwing over and over again. God damn it. Slinging sausages. I know. Such an easy thing to do, but it's just like I'm right off of it. You know what I mean? For the first 2 years of my streaming career, I played Rocket League, and then I switched to horror games, and now people tune in to watch me play with my sausage. If you know what I mean. What if it's lower? New channel trailer. Oh, I forget how to do this. Oh, son of a dick. Pop it back. Oh. See, I think like we go. No, okay. We go like this. We pop it right there. Oh, it needs to go the other way. Mr. Chingus, hello, sir. Chingus, what if it's lower? Still playing with wieners? Yeah. People have been commenting very positive thing. Happy about my wiener skills, sir. The Prime Minister of Malaysia. Oh. It's right there, man. Come on. Just. We enjoy the skills you possess with the sausage, sir. Well, I appreciate that. Mother. Didn't your mother tell you you'd go blonde playing with it so much? Go blonde. Oh, blind. Oh. I was like, what the hell did your mother tell you? Oh, come on, man. Your mother's like, you're going to get highlights if you keep playing with it. I don't think that's right, Mom. Yeah, keep it up. Let's see a perm in your future. Let's go. What if it's even lower? Oh, shit. Imagine some poor blonde kid out there mortified. This is why. Frosted tips. I can't say that's a trend that I ever fell for or like did. I never did the frosted tips. Nope. Never did. Guess that explains the Backstreet Boys hair. Sausage back. Damn. I think it's the music. I think that's what's helping. A true frosted tip denier. No, I just never did. My brother did. I only ever dyed my hair one time, and it was just because I wanted to try. Can you just let it slide off the pan? The problem with letting it slide off the pan like this, like if I just like do this, she just keeps on trucking. Frosted tips, just a quick touch, not a full-on sesh. Wait, what? Oh, Ratatouille in this piece. Did you see me balance that on the pan? Some sausage gymnastics. I got skills. They're for wieners. Oh. Thank you, Sonia. Damn it, dude. It's tough. So we've beaten, anybody just tuning in, we've beaten all the basic levels, it said. We got an achievement for it. Now these are like the extra levels, but we're here, man. Might as well go for it. I want to be clear. Flash's head only exists with a hat. He doesn't need frosted tips. Thank you. Be a waste of money. Nope, too much. No, if you let it cook, it doesn't do anything. The sizzle is for show. Son of a bitch. We know how to handle a wiener. Thank you. A frosted hat. Do one of those, like, get one of those hats with the hair that's on it from the food guy. Oh my God, frosted facial hair tips. Son of a bitch. I'll take it. Guy Fieri, yeah. Yeah. Flash was born with a hat. I was born with a hat, molded by it. I didn't get frosted tips till I was already a man. Shower is sleeping. Yep, all the things. Hey. Only 2 achievements for this game? Really? Well, I got one of them. This one's a little slippery. Giggity. I'm never going to know about it. Son of a bitch. Go there, go down, pop up. Fuck. Time to hit the old dusty sausage trail. Mr. 420, have a good one, friend. Oh, come on. Hey, Glizzy Gobbler, thank you for the follow. We got the game just for you. Oh, I'm guessing this is even slipperier. Not saying anything because I know I'm going to be in trouble. No, okay. Be terrible at this? No, you're not. You're going to be a hero. Ferris Bueller, you're my hero. Oh. I had to stop playing this game. Sausage wouldn't stand the darn sword. Yeah, that was a hard one too. This is just nasty. Oh, that's just nasty. Oh, back in the pan. Back in the pan. We try again. Let's go. No, no, come back. We got this. Fuck, it's gone. We know what to do. We know what to do. Pop it. Oh! I love that blurb so much. Oh, why? The Michael Jordan of sausage. I would rather not have that title. Although, can you imagine the logo? Like the Air Jordans, like you have like the Michael, like when he's like doing the thing, but it's just a sausage coming off of a pan. Oh my God. The Nike logo, but it's just a wiener. Just throw it. Just throw it. Oh my God. So sausage merch? No, absolutely not. Just fling it. Damn it, dude. We'll get there. It's fine. We just got to pop it. Does it give the amount? I think it might. I think somebody, man, what is happening? Wait, hold on. Idea. Go. Pop. Nope. I was better the first off. Better the first time. Oh. Lock in. Lock it up. Let's go. From downtown. E. I hope you can finish this. Damn. No, I'm not. This one's weird. It's not. This is weird. Yeah, the problem is I don't know if it's how I'm hitting the pan, like the pop right there, but it's not going very far. I let it go too far. Looks like it's dropping the sausage further back on the pan. Yeah, it doesn't look like it normally does. Eek. Scale changed? Oh, yeah, for sure. Scale did. How far that's dropping into that has changed. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. What if I go? Oh, it wouldn't even let. Oh, that's bullshit. I was like, it wouldn't even let me as it's moving forward. Look, it won't let me release until the end there. I was going to use the momentum that it was bringing with the chopsticks to get it. Man. This one's tough. I think that's the only way. Is to like wait for it to get to the end, get the right spot. When it hits the right spot, fling. It just got to hit it right. That's all. See, that was closer. That way you can see it. Eek. Getting the height. Just need the distance now. Oh. Need to wave dash into a flip reset. Roger that. I'm gonna musty flick this thing. Watch this. Ah, letting it get head over tip over tip. I've got to be careful about that. Got to land flat. Oh, okay. Okay, we're getting closer. See, I can't let it go. I've got to let it land flat in the pan, but not, I've got to get it still at the end though. Like there. Man, it's tough. Eek. Is the Canon Rebel T7 good for a beginner? For a beginner, what? Like, what are you trying to do with it? I have to look into the camera as well. Is that Goofy? Taking a photography class. Ah. I'd have to look at the specs of it. Shit, even your iPhone can do a really good job for photography. Obviously not the same thing, right? But especially for a beginner camera, yeah, I have to agree. I think the Rebels are usually pretty good starter ones. You'll definitely learn to understand that the lens is where like most of the money is going to go, and that's where the real quality comes in. Oh, that was not bad. I don't know how I did those, but I got to keep it up. Not like that. No, too far in the pan. Teacher gave me guidance, so I looked. Probably like 10 different cameras. I gotcha. It can be tough. There's only certain things that are really different for each one. If you're looking for a mirrorless, I would definitely probably lean more towards like a Sony, just because I think that they're more superior when it comes to that. But Canon's color profile is always really good, like really good reds. See you, Ray Van. Good luck with your sausage. Thank you. Thank you. We're trying really hard. Oh. What's up, Rogue? How are you? Bitch. Quick question. Are you running ads right now? No. No, nope. Ads don't start for another 3.5 minutes. Sir, Winter, tell the wiener to land on top of the box. Are we flopping? We're slinging sausages, and it won't land where it's supposed to go. Wiener, you go in your box. Oh, it's tough. This one, it's got to land like. God, oh, that was so close. Oh. Slippery little guy. It's tough. Oh my God. I don't know if you've played this yet, Winter. It's ridiculous. Some of the levels are so dumb. I can tell when I'm not going to get it. I can just tell. Nope. It's too far back in the pan. Like, that's a little bit better. Exotic, thank you for the 3 months. How's stream going? Not bad. I think we're getting really close to the end of the sausage game. Oh, we're getting so close. Any plans when you finish? Not necessarily. I think I don't have the early access build for funnel runners right now. So if I do switch, it might be to Faz. This is the second to last level. Well, that's some bullshit. Fuck. Taking classes this semester that I'm really excited about: digital video fundamentals, digital imaging fundamentals, and fundamentals of interactive design. Araby, what are you trying to do, friend? Yeah, so yeah, I have control of the pan, like the dropping of the sausage, and then the pan. Yeah. We all have the build. The code is in the CC channel Discord. Wait, what? I thought, wait. Am I a dum-dum? Am I a stoop? I thought that we weren't given the code until we did the signing of the thingies. Because I realized that I hadn't done it yet. So then I sent it. I didn't know that it was in there. God, that's why I asked for the announcement channel in the first place. It was like, dude, things are getting flooded by messages, and I can't see stuff. I'll go back and look at it though. But thank you. So maybe that's what I'll do. After I'm done playing with my sausage. I know. Some of them, man, right when they get no, I can tell. As soon as it leaves the chopsticks. Oh, come on. I'm a digital media bachelor's program, the game design, minor in creative writing, and minor in digital art and emerging experiences. Very cool. I pinged you. Oh, thank you, friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to go look right now so I don't lose it. See, I never would have seen that. I never would have seen that. Ay, caramba. Well, if you guys don't follow Semper is another official creator for Funnel Runners. I kind of feel like I have to, we're going to wait. We'll wait for this one. We're really close to the end. I don't want people to miss some of the wiener tossing. New to the whole thing. No, it's good. That's why I said the announcement channel too, in general, just because I knew it would be a lot easier for people that maybe aren't able to catch up to chats like that. So that way they can get all the information they need. All right, let me move this around. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. Cool. Psst. Who's that Semper guy? That's not, no, this is Semper Stupid, not Semper Turtle, Chinggis. Doing Funnel Runners after this? There's a good possibility. Yeah. Depends on the time. Depends how long it takes me to successfully to sling my sausage. Very much so depends. I'll tell you, today was a lot cooler, not as warm, having to wear a wiener costume. Just beat it. Roger that. Hey, I see what you did there. Someone let him in the Vets Guild. Makes me sick, Chinggis. Makes me sick, man. A minute 20 left on the ads. If you're in the vertical, you can't see that the ads are, well, you can't see the little ad screen, but it's playing. Fling the sausage like the pro you are. We're going to try. I'm very close. Apparently, there's like 2 levels left. It'd be really nice to finish them all. It's like Pokemon, but with wieners. Something like that. Reminds you of Peter and the Wolf? No, this makes you think of Austin Powers. Gotta fling them all. I hate it here. Gotta toss them all. Fling, toss. Cosmic, thank you for the 18 months. I PTSD from Pokemon. Oh my God. Is Funnel Runners still early access? Funnel Runners is technically, I mean, it's technically early access. I don't think they've even talked about when their like plans are to come out with a full release. Yeah, I mean, they're very early into it, and they're going to be releasing another map soon-ish. Probably like, I don't know. We don't even have a date for it, I don't think. But I think that they publicly stated like October. Technically, yeah. All right, ads are done. We are back. There we go. Patch goes public tomorrow, if that's what's being referred to. I think they're talking about new maps and things like that. Stuff that's coming up. Yeah, October. They've been saying that for a while now. So fling and toss are out. What about yeet? All right, let's try yeet. No, yeet doesn't work. Oh. Can't wait. I can't wait either. It's going to be great. It's going to be early access for a good amount of time, from my understanding of what they said during the Discord call. Oh, that's right. I forgot to ask if I could get, unless they emailed us about that, to get caught up about it. Ooh. Is this last one? No, I think there's 2 more. See what happens if the chopsticks stop. Oh man, just a little more. And you gotta flick, do a quick flick. Oh, that had the life on it. Oh, it was a worm burner. Swish and flick. The fact you haven't crashed out is impressive. Listen, when you have 3 children, you have a decent amount of patience. Son of a bitch. Olivio's song. Oh. Stop it, Ron. What about chucking it? Chucking wieners? Maybe the right word has to be said in chat for the game to permit me to get on top of this block. It could be anything. Like, it could be gargantuan or typewriter or thumbtack, you know? So close. It's all on the wrist. Okay. Pineapple. Thumbtack was close. Was it though? Cranberries. Goose, what the hell is that? What word is that? Mother, father. You need Doc and comms right now doing his goat impression. Doing his he does a pretty good goat. How about just a good old solid please? No, that's not enough. Dude, I didn't buy it, but I was at the thrift store the other day and I saw a VHS of America's Funniest Home Videos. I don't know what I didn't know though, and it didn't show. That's why I was hesitant. I didn't know if it had Bob Saget in it or not. Or if it was literally just the funny videos. Like, I don't want that. I want the host. Wild find, yeah. Just tap it in. Kelly Clarkson? No, not yet. Listen. What was that in the song? It just went, yeah. Man, this one. You've got to get it just on the money. That's not the money. The slide whistle is unnecessary when I'm tossing wieners, though. It's like a spooky wiener. God damn it. Stretch break. Try it again. I might have to. Just like take a leg. Just take a minute and just stop. Have you tried? Do you think I'm going to say that shit? Oh. Get up there, wiener. Slide in the pan a bit. Well, if I slide, so here's the, if I slide the pan, nothing. It's got to have the life there at the end, like that, the momentum from the drop. Drop. I feel like this would be like if you were playing, if there was like wiener chucking in Earthbound. Up and away, wiener. Man. God damn it. Maybe a solid get the frick on there, man. Go. Don't believe in yourself. Believe in me who believes in you. Okay, roger that. Oh, man. Did Baron beat this or did he stop? Do we know? I think the only person I know that has beaten this, I think, is Ray-Ban. Oh, he stopped. He got to the wall and rage quit? Okay. Yeah, that wall sucked a lot, but we stuck with it. We got through it. Man, 30 minutes on the wall and he ended stream. Dude, I was on the brick wall for like an hour. Got to the wall and raided us to Chinggis. He put up the buffering screen and then raided. Oh, we told him. Listen, persistence, man. Persistence. That's so funny, though. Just not getting the distance. That was like good, but like, what did I do differently? Start. Oh, ho, 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 ho. It's going to overshoot. How much you want to bet? The next one that gets close is going to go flying over it. Mother father. Sauce check. Does Flash play tennis? I used to. Back in the day. What up, Colin? How are you? Welcome to the stream. We're slinging sausages. Man. I'm going to try something. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Everyone's into pickleball these days. I've never played. Okay, that's not the way. The pop is the way to do it, because if I do this and I go full swing, it does jack diddly squats. That's where the life is. Be one with the sausage. Be the sausage. Oh my God, smell the sausage. My cat's not interested. I think she's sleeping. Oh, okay. Well, that would explain it. For some reason, I get your videos on YouTube. Never even watch the videos. Well, I think that's just how the algorithm works. I think you get suggested videos. Yeah, I don't think that YouTube is only going to show you the videos from the channels you've watched, or else there'd be zero discovery. Yeah. So, I mean, if it's continuously showing me, then, I mean, if I were you, I'd click. You know, I'm just, because look what you walked into now. Eh? I did. Look, and here you are. Perfect timing. Squish, thank you for the follow. Alias? How dare you throw wee farts at us? Man, we're gonna be here all night. Locked. I was gonna say lock in. Just get your snacks, get your drinks, whatever you need, man. Hey, Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Colin. Well, enjoy the emotes, friend. Enjoy the no ads. Let's go. It'll be fine. Shrine! Clear schedules. We're here all night. Sean, think of the 54 months. Sean, we're trying. This is it's way harder than it looks. I'm working for another 2 hours. I'll be here. Let's go. I'll keep you occupied for the next 2 hours, Grizz. We got this. God damn it. It's just so close. Seems pretty soft. I didn't say that it was hard. Wait, yes, I did. Wait, you know what I mean? Shut up. I meant the difficulty. Oh my God. Excuse me. You heard me. I like that a review on Steam for this says relaxing game. What if my mouse placement gives it more like oomph, you know? What if I put the mouse over here and I go, kacha, and I draw it over this way? Relaxing my ass. Like sometimes, like it's all the same. Like I let it go there, and then it. Sometimes it goes further. Sometimes it doesn't. God damn it. Toss it. I am. As far as I can. It's just not happening, man. How long have you been on this level? I don't know. 20 minutes? Maybe longer? Toss it harder. I am. Look. What do you want from me? Son of a bitch. Just tap it. I am. Watch. Watch. Tap. Watch. Tap. These things take time. It's going to be just like the wall. It's going to be like the nail. It's going to be like all of those where it seems like it's never going to happen. And then all of a sudden, just one little toss is just going to go boop and it's just going to work. Happens with every difficult level in this game. No rhyme or reason, just works. Bop it. Nope. You just love floppy physics when they work with me. Is this the last level? No, I think there's another one after this. I think there's 2 more. I think that's what Mare was saying. You beat the animator, you can beat the box. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, we're slinging it so far. Sounds like Lion King. Man. And we got a rocket. I'm trying the same way every time, dude. I just can't wait to be king of the songs. Oh my god. Use the pan like a baseball bat. I would love to. Nothing would please. No. Oh gosh. Darn it. Are we dreaming about flipping sausages? No, I'm not. I have yet to get it even far enough. Like that's the really difficult part about this. Unless there's another strategy that I haven't tried. Like that'd be the only thing I could think. Would be like if you're supposed to let it swing back like that and then you do it, you know? But the way that I've gotten all momentum has been like this. Well, okay, not like that. But you know what I mean? Has been like that. Sniff the top corner. Oh, no. It's bounced off the top corner multiple times now. Yeah. You need more momentum by letting it go half a second sooner. No, like, well, the problem. So if you let it go too soon, this is what happens. See what happens right there? That's the issue. So it starts to do that. And then it's going under itself. And you don't want that. You want it to be more flat. Yeah. See, too soon. It just does that. No, not enough momentum. That sounds like maybe if I go back here and I do this, like, but I don't know if it's enough. My toxic trade thinks I can do this in 5 tries. Listen, you log in as me, okay? Next YouTube video is a sausage tips and tricks. Got to pop and drop. Pop it, drop it, flick it, pass it. Just flick the tip. This one's tough, Mel. In the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, this one is hard. Man. Just getting it to go that far is tough in itself. But it's not even just about getting it to go far, because you need it to go far and also very high up in the air. In a hunt match lurking, no, you're good. We're losing it. Oh, see, just randomly it decides like it wants to go rogue and it wants to go flying. Nope. Son of a bitch. Oh, God. Oh, I didn't. Oh, God. Okay. I didn't mean to right click. Son of a bitch. Oh. Just go this level. It says it often takes players 50 minutes to 3 hours to get this level due to the unforgiving physics. That's so nice. That doesn't help me at all. Don't give up. You can be a wiener too. I'm trying, Lucy. I'm trying. I'm doing everything I can. Although chat has told me that if I keep doing this, I'm going to go blind or blonde, whatever they said. At least the game doesn't have Bennett Fozzie spouting nation at you for failing. Oh, maybe if you tried harder next time. Like, shut up, Bennett. Ever dyed your beard? No. No. And I've only ever dyed my hair once. I wonder if Pav has one. Good point. Yeah, even if, right, if I get it high enough or far enough, that it has to land on top. When I finally get it that far, it's just going to go and go flying off the other side. What color did you dye it? Black. Yeah, my brother and his friend were dyeing their hair, and I was like, well, I want to try it. So I dyed my hair black. And I remember going to a video store. Oh, going to a video store and someone commenting and saying, and like randomly commenting and saying something like, hey, I hate, like saying something like, hey, you're cute, as I walked in, or like they were walking by. I'm like, oh shit, dude, it's the black hair. Oh, thank you, Mayor. Oh, thank you so much. How old was I? Oh God, I don't remember. I mean, I had to have been like 18, maybe not even that. Maybe like 16, actually. Oh, that one was really close. I don't know what I did. I did something. I'm getting it like in the same area every time. Let it go a bit earlier or wait for it mid-swing. For me, it looks like it blocks the momentum just at the moment you're normally letting go. So here's the problem with letting it go early. That. See that right there? That's the problem with letting it go early. Because if I let it go early, it's that momentum is screwing it over. That doesn't work. Yeah. Or wait for it mid-swing. So, okay, let's try mid-swing. It's the same. It's basically the same delivery as the other one. If I can do it, but if it's consistent, I'll try it and see if that. Maybe I'll let it go a little bit later. Nope. Ooh. Does it go earlier? What do you mean? We had the height. Did we get past the brick wall? Yeah. Yeah, we've been past the brick wall for a while. Just move it closer. Oh, okay. Is there a pan sensitivity saying no? Oh, yeah. I was hung up on that one for like an hour, dude. Yeah. But if you drop it on the backswing, well, this is what happens. If you drop it on the backswing, it does that. Yeah. You need the momentum of it going forward. It's getting just right there. It's very close. Oh, you little sausage bastard. Hope you can finish this. Thank you. Me too. What if you drop it while it's to the left? Then as it slides across the pan, give it a flip. I mean, like that? Like flip it in the pan? Like where I would, like when I would catch it kind of thing? Like I would do this and like do the catch and then see, I don't think it gives us enough. I have yet to land it on top though. That's the big thing about this. Just a little more oomph, right? Yeah, because when I go full... Hold on, let me try that again. Say this one, instead of doing just like the quick pop, that one I held and it went even further. As I say, because if that works, I'll take it, dude. Brain not braining mine either. It's okay. Need a little wiener jetpack. What if I do that here? Too soon. Too soon. It's just, it's feeling better, kind of. But it has to be moving forward, though. Nope. I'll switch back and forth. I'll do a little bit like this, and then I'll go back to the other one. Ay, ay, ay. What the hell? We'll let it swing. We're losing our momentum. Maybe it's the flick. Literally on it. I know. Just gotta repeat it. That's the thing. Gotta figure out a way to repeat it. My husband's gonna think my baseball team hit a walk-off home run or something once you land this. Oh man. Let me try. No. I'm like fast tapping really quickly. I'm like, getting closer. Kind of, not really. So the devs are sadists. That's correct, Ann. Yes. I'd say they must be at this point. Try bouncing it up a few times. Well, the problem with trying to bounce it up a few times is that the momentum you get is up, not forward. So like if I try to bounce it like this and then do that, it's just, that's what I'm really getting out of it. Try double tapping the release. Well, once it's been tapped once, I mean, it's kind of out of there, but I could try. No. Eh. No, listen, anything's worth a try at this point. Oh, bullshit. Probably won't work, but what if you drop it if the second the sausage tip goes from left to right on the first swing. Wait, what? If you drop it the second the sausage tip goes from left to right. I did exactly what I've been doing the entire time. Literally waiting for the thing to go forward. As soon as it goes forward, you pop and go. About 45. I'll take it. It's not 3. I'll take it. Alias, thank you for the gifted, dude. Thank you. Did it better. Yeah, that's true. That's true. In my head, it was almost like I was trying something different with the idea of going like the left to right, but it was the same exact thing. Proud of you, son. Thanks, Dad. All right. So, I think we have one more level. Is that how many times I've dropped it? Complete every level in the game. 3,698 drops. That's a lot of times to drop a single wiener. Holy crap. Get all this. So if we go to our gallery here, we can see, oh my God. So if we go to the gallery, we can see that we have now officially beaten every single level in this game. Every single one. 100%. 5-second rule. So for people that might be a little bit confused, favorite level. If I had to pick a favorite, one that I actually liked just because of the look or how it was. That's hard to answer. You'd think like, oh, the easy one, right? You know, I think the one that I thought was unique and cool, the glue was kind of cool. I thought that was just kind of cool in general. A very cool idea. The funniest looking one, I think, is the mouth. I love that one. The dog was also fantastic. It looks like it's literally made to be this way with the way the dog's eyes are looking at the dog. The dog looking at the dag. But for those that didn't know this one, here, I'll show you real quick. You want to see what the wall looks like? People that are confused, what the hell this one is? You have to land it in there. I don't even remember what we did to make this happen. It was like that, but it was like super fast flicks. I don't even remember what I did. Be funny if you got in one, but yeah. Anyway, there it is, friends. That is 100% completed the weird sausage game. Sausage Pro. Now the question is, do I switch over to Funnel Runners and play the early access? I think we should. On to the next dog game. Get the hell out of here. All right. There, do that. Funnel Runners. Okay, it is updating as we speak. Shut up. I said shut up. There we go. Throw all the sausages at the tornadoes? I should. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Flash is going to look at a hot dog. How's the performance today? It's been okay so far. Nothing too crazy, Mr. Chingus. I guess I'll see when I get into this game. Yeah. When will I get 3K game in Phasmophobia? Hell if I know. We just got 12. How can I predict how I'm going to get 1,000 levels? Or cases, I mean. All right, let's open up the game. I need to change some informations. We're not slinging sausages anymore. We ain't slinging sausages anymore. All right, move over to this. How do I want to word this? Tossing tornadoes. No, we're trying to get away from tornadoes. Just under another 1,000. That's right. That's correct. All right. Farrell, thank you for the prime. Not running from hot dogs. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Let's see. All right. What should I make this title? Let's do, because the update goes public tomorrow, I believe. I don't think they've announced a time, though. Boom, 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 boom. Getting packed. Wait. Getting sucked after playing with the wiener? Yeah, that's what they say. Karina, thank you for the 6 months. I'm going to go tell Mrs. Flash that you handled 3,698 wieners. I have to tell her I dropped 3,698 wieners. Yeah. Funnel runners. Funnel runners. Yeah, yeah. I dropped that many wieners. It's a lot of wieners. With the new patch, keep in mind, not final, as several things are going to change tomorrow, which that was announced. That was announced like 2 days ago. I assume I'm allowed to talk about these notes. Ay, caramba. Finally done playing with the sausage. We beat it. We did it. We did it. All right, let's do that. Yeah, we beat the sausage game. All right, let's go over here. Let's move our camera back up there. I could always do middle for funnel runners. The one benefit it would be to have middle for funnel runners would be that you would be able to see the coordinates. Now, obviously, that it covers more of the screen, kind of, not really, only a little bit, but I wouldn't be covering important information anymore. I like seeing the coordinates in the distance from the F5. Yeah, I think I might try this. Give this a whirl. All right. Let me adjust the thumbnail that's on the other side. That way people know we're playing correctly. Hey, what's up, Logan? Just completed the reader game as well. How was? A few of those levels were somewhat excruciating. just a touch. Just a touch. All right, let's change this to early access update. That way people aren't confused and thinking we're still playing the sausage game. Yeah. I'll move the chat at the bottom left. Yep. Yeppery do. Or actually, you know what? Hold on, I have an idea. Hold on. In this scene, let me put my camera back up to the top. Let me do this. And then in this one, yeah, I think we'll do that. I think that'll work. Actually, level 20 can also suck. Wait, what? Wait, what was level 20? I don't remember what level 20 was. That last one? The box one before the last level. Oh, that one. Oh yeah, that one sucked. Yeah, that was bad. That one was bad. It's like between that one and the wall, I think were the two hardest levels for me. All right, there we go. I've adjusted things over there. I've adjusted things over here. All right, I think I'm good to go. About to find out. Session name. Yep, that looks good. Invite only. We're going to do some solo runs. Let's go. F them boxes. Especially that one. That box sucked. Yeah, Anteater's up there as well. For sure. All right, let me pause my music here. Because we got our tunes over here. All right, everything's looking schmoove so far. I feel like I can't tell if that's my mouse or the game that feels very sensitive. That's sound controls. Let's turn the sensitivity down a touch. What's up, Daisy? How are you? Ah, that feels a little bit better. Not as erratic. Not as erratic. Yeah, look at that. Got the battery replacement, coolant, spark plugs, oil, brake fluid, fuses, fuel, tires. Remove the worn out spark plugs with a toolbox, find a new package of spark plugs, and install the new spark plugs. Brake fluid. Open the brake fluid reservoir, find a new bottle of brake fluid, pour it into the brake fluid reservoir, and close the reservoir. So not that crazy, but yeah. Seems like a lot. It's really not. It's just, it doesn't give you everything at once. It just gives you certain things. So it's not like you have to do all of this. It gives you some of them. Yeah. Fellow Puppet, thank you for the follow, by the way. It gives you some of them. Only Apex certified parts can be used for maintenance. Contact an authorized mechanic for failing repair. That's us. We have a handbook that has training. Welcome. Hey. We're not going to go through all this right now. But you can look. Locker. Okay, you can't see it because my camera. Locker. Let's see. The Vita station, workbench. If there's anything you need to learn, you come to over here, check these out. It'll give you all the information you need. Not bad, dude. Not bad. I like it. Oh, the game. It didn't change? Son of a bitch. Thank you, Lucy. I changed it, but it didn't change it. There we go. There we go. You can make it so that way you don't have to see. If people are putting crude things on the board, you can make it so you don't see what those are. How much time do I still need to do being on fire? Okay. I've got a lot of time. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, we're not going to do that. But let me go back in. So there's 4 characters as of right now. The field operative, the first ember, the lifeline, and the lawkeeper. This one is the one that you start with, and your movement speed is boosted by 10%. The lawkeeper is the one that has the crowbar, takes up less space in your inventory and allows you to open doors faster, which is awesome. And then the lifeline, the defib takes up less space, and you see down teammates like highlighted in the distance, which is really nice. It was a super good touch. All right, well, I guess we're just gonna get into it, man. Let's see. Random. Yeah, not training. We'll do I'll start with random normal. We'll go from there and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, eventually there's going to be more levels. It's just right now, this is what they have. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's do the thing. Let's go. Game on. Solo, we'll see what happens. I don't know if they've adjusted anything with solo as to how much you have to do. But we'll find out soon enough. Solo nightmare, come on. Yeah, our nightmares were so good. All right, nothing yet. Let's take a seat. Solo's cozy. It is nice. It's like Solo Faz in the sense that you just have to worry about you. Okay. Change the fuse, fill the fuel tank, and fill the brake fluid reservoir. That's the first time. So we have a toolbox and we have a jack. This is not useful because we don't need to replace the tire. This is also not useful because, well, yeah. So, but you never know, man. You never know. Sometimes you get lucky. And then as for our optional objectives, we need to collect 4 Apex documents. 4 of them. All right, well, let's just start fresh and start it. I think I'm about to be hunted. Stop it. Stop it. When in Rome. All right, I already found some fuel. Oh, the new mini games. Oh, shit. Do I just wait? Do I left click or E? Okay, it's still E. This is my first time seeing this. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That is my first time actually seeing that. All right, fuel is done. I need to now go find brake fluid. 4-hole documents. You know I'm not going to find any, right? You know that I'm going to find none. That's how it works for me. Why is there nothing? Do not flush paper towels, sanitary products, cigarettes. We have sensitive pipes. Do not rip this down and flush it. I kind of want to rip it down and flush it. All right, tire. We do not need. Nothing. Okay. Oop, Nader inbound. Ooh, energy drink. It's coming from that away. Maybe I can, let's go over this way. Oh, shit. Hold on. This way, maybe? You're not. Okay, we're good. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. Oh, Lord, it coming.
Wanna do something your family will notice?
Yes. Found the fuses. Do you guys want me to turn that down a little bit? Sounds very violent. It definitely does sound very violent. I'm okay with it being loud. I just don't want it to peak and like and destroy your ear holes. Oh shit. Oh, we need to go this way. Hey, there's a tornado at 3.8 north, 7.4 west. In case you're wondering. Okay. Siren is the only thing that I ever think is too loud. Dude, is that another one inbound? Like, F off, brother. Okay. Energy pills. Hey, blue pills. We know what they do. More fuel. Don't need. I need brake fluid. Don't need. All right. Anything highlighting in here? It's almost better without the flashlight because then you can see stuff glowing. Apex tape. I don't need no damn stinking Apex tape. Oh my god. Health pills. Tokens. Anything sleeping in the bed? Oh, there's a defib. Hey, any tornadoes up here? Hey, we still take no fall damage. Let's go. Yeah, it looks squirrely. It's looking squirrely. Let's go in here for a second. These on the floor. It would have stayed in front. We'd have been okay. That'd have been fine. Hey, what's up, Oreo? Hope I didn't miss anything. You missed us tossing wieners. You did miss that. Sorry to say. Take out the blown fuse. What the shit? Wait, what? Use the and eat interact. Wait, what? Oh, I need to make them all that color. Ooh, okay. I like that it's different and it's not just a skill check. I like it. Oh my god, there's another one in front of me. Come on, man. I'm just trying to go to the oyster shack. If I take off run, I gotta wait. You know what? I have an idea. How much do I have? 28? That's enough for me to buy some energy. Let's go. Why'd that make me think of the wires task in Among Us? Kind of, a little bit. How big is that big boy? That's an F2? A new storm is forming. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Dude, the sound of the cables being just absolutely torn apart. Oh, my. Oh, I was like, oh man, I don't have a crowbar. Oh. Brake fluid. Let's go. Run. I have found 0 Apex documents though. I have found none. I love the destructions. I love it. I love it. All right, so we have coolant reservoir, oil, and there's our brake fluid. What's this one gonna be? Okay. I gotta run. I hear it. I hear it. Not today. Wifey, thank you for the 3-month Prime, friend. Thank you. Welcome back. How are you? How are you? When does this update come out? The update for this comes out tomorrow. I don't know what time, though. I don't think they've actually released the time. Yeah, that would have been bad news bears, dude. Holy Jiminy Christmas. So that's an F3. My God, man. Look at the car. Holy shit. All right. Well, the F5 is 1.2 away. I have found 0 documents. God, the destruction. Oh, hey. That way we can stay dry. There's so many boarded up doors for a normal run. Damn. I'm singing in the rain. We're not going to find documents in here. They're going to be in that. Oh, I'm out of stam. The house is falling apart. Another umbrella. This is kind of a worthless venture. We go this way, though. Hey, that one's not boarded up. Let's try that. I feel like if you're holding an umbrella, you should not see rain on your screen. Like you're blocking it, so you shouldn't see it. What do you guys want to watch? Why is my crouch? Was I crouched on top of the cabinet? Wish we could drop the walkie-talkie, open up an inventory space. I am a little curious. just ripped open that house like a tin can. And then obliterated me. That's what I get for being curious. That's what I get for going to look for documents. I should have just taken what I had. Mistakes were made. That's okay. We'll up the difficulty. We'll see what happens next. Definitely ready for nightmare? Let's do this. Hells yeah. On to hard mode. Let's go. It'll be fine. What's the worst that's gonna happen? It's not like it's gonna, like, lightning and thunder and stuff. See? Look. Wait, that's not like acid rain, is it? Alright, I have an umbrella. Oh, I guess I do have that, though. Oh, cool. Dang it. Now I have to carry this. It looks like there's, like, rocks falling from the sky. What do we have in here? Tokens? I'll take it. Oh, shit. I didn't even start the truck. Oh, my God. I'm so busy. I'm so busy. Maybe it's hail. Yeah, I think it is. It's just, for some reason, they look very dark. Whoopsie. Got a little ahead of myself. All right, let's see what we got. Tunnel vision. Yeah. Getting a little ahead of ourselves. Ooh, crowbar. And so it begins. Now, something I have yet to experience that I'd be really curious about is an object getting thrown because of the tornado and hitting you. Like a car. Oh my God, dude. Oh, come on! Fine, we're going this way. Well, I do need that. I might have to take this back first. Because we gotta change the tire. Take damage if you're close to the tornado. The umbrellas can help prevent. Can they really stop you from getting damage from the tornado? I mean, I'm not upset about it. Free bird arrow. It's supposed to be the debris damage. I gotcha. That makes sense. Oh, shit. Oopsies. That does make sense. All right. And there's a tornado forming right behind this house. You know what? At least I got my granola bar. Oh, no, you know what? No, I don't want to go in there anymore. Like, come on, dude. Oh, hey, a flashlight. Spark plugs. Oh, fill the fuel tank. Okay, I don't need that. I need to find a tire and fuel. Jesus. You lived? I guess, man. My health isn't doing so hot. Oh, hey. This boarded up house is very not boarded anymore. That's cool. Got all kinds of goodies in here. Kinds of tokens. Another flashlight. Energy drink. I can take that in here. Let's go. More spark plugs. Drink faster, please. Thank you. What if I have another tire in a bathtub? Fuel! Oh shit, too soon. We gotta run. Right. Shut that for now. 68. How much is a med kit? Hey, 50, I'll take it. Thank you. What's up, Nettie? How are you? Much better. All right. Gotta get it done. Well then. Real cute. Real cute. I need to go find a tire. That's how Electro was born? Oh, Electro was trying to avoid tornadoes and was filling a truck with fuel. That's how that happened. Guess that house is definitely not boarded up now. Yeah, now we have a chance. What's up, G? I've already been in here. Let's go out the back. Wait a minute. Is that a new tornado? I don't even know anymore. If I had a crowbar, I could take down some of the wood stuff. Ooh. Hey, got a tire over here? Hey, token. I don't want to risk it for the biscuit, though. We want to go towards the house. Let's go over here. Better safe than sorry. Let's see if we can find a tire in a bathtub. Hey, crowbar. Chug, chug, chug. Gimme. All right. Now we search. Saw that umbrella in the corner. Nice. Newspaper. Nice. Tire? No tire. No tire. Wait. Where do I... What? Am I... Gotta spam it. It's no longer a... It's no longer one you've got to do a skill check and land it on the right spot. You just got to spam E. Jesus. Oh, scanner. I'll take that over the crowbar. I like that they're different too. I like that they're all not the same. That is nice. Oh, I need you. Actually, you know what? Fudge. Have it. I like that too. All right. We have a mile. Up and now I'm getting hurt. Mother effer. Get skidding! Son of a bitch. Fine, we'll go this way. Did the prompts change? There's new mini games. I am going to run. All right, so I now have the toolbox. I've now got that. I just need a tire. Not the American flag. Because there is. Oh, that explains it. They're door camping. That sucks. Both of them do. Really hard too. Look. Holy shit. Yeah, that's an M4 maybe. Oh, look, another one. Twins, Basil, twins. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, there's another one. Come on. This is stupid. How many are there? Said was the worst thing could happen? Yeah, I know what I said. I heard me. 0.8 miles. Is there another one for me? F off. What did I do to you? Okay. Holy shit. It used to be a neighborhood. It used to be a neighbor. Anything fun over here? Energy drink? Hey, I'll take it. Made the naders. What did I possibly do? Any tires? Any tires? See any tires? Keep your eyes peeled for tires, all right? Oh no, I won't do that right now. I'll get hurt. Oh God. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Close. And it knocked me over. I'm gonna stick the landing. Got it. I was not even close. And that knocked me to the ground. I don't even think the tornado actually hit the floor yet. Stuck the landing? I thought so. Right on the barbed wire? Perfection. All right, well, time to go to Nightmare. It only makes sense to continue making this harder. I say, who needs to live? F that. Duke it. Not us? Nah. Living's for weirdos. Change your suit. Oh, I guess I could. Yeah. There's really no need for me to be wearing this. I was wearing this when we were playing with friends. This one is nice, especially if you're doing the crowbar stuff. Speed could also be good. Yeah. All right, well. I say we just do it. I say why not, man. Worth a try. Just see what happens. Maybe we'll get lucky. Or not. It's refilling the blinker fluid. Did you see that? Is that acid rain? Well, damn it. Doesn't that suck? What's the worst that could happen? Well, have we completed one round yet? No, because I got greedy. Because I got greedy. Oh, it's so green. I need a fuse. I need coolant and spark plugs. Fuse, coolant, spark plugs. Let us see. Oh my god, I need a crowbar. Smelly rain, yeah. Nothing here. There's lots of boarded up doors, though. That's usually where I'd see a tire in the tub. I guess we don't have one this time. Ooh, bandage. Portal conductor. I'm not worried about that right now. No. Oh, I can't jump that? Okay. Alright, I gotta go to the next house, I think. Nothing I can do here, not right now. What do you got for me in the garage? It's so quiet, I know. It's because they're delivering acid rain, so maybe they're giving me a break. Another conductor. Okay. Okay, jack shit. Awesome. Love it. My favorite. Thank you, Blondie. This isn't boarded up, is it? All right, Nader inbound. I hear it over that way. Oh, the crowbar. Give to Papa. Give to Papa. Heading off to bed. Good night, Phantom. I don't know where it's coming from. See it over there. Oh my god. I just watched it land in the street. Where is it? I would love not acid rain, please. Oh, look, parkour! Come on! Oh my god, I can't jump on the boxes. There we go. Get up here. There we go. I know I can break down the fence. I just don't want to put down my umbrella because the acid rain. So fuses, coolant, spark plugs. Fuses, coolant, spark plugs. Playing alone? Yeah. Doing some solo nader run-ins. Nothing in here. Nothing in here. Oh. Possible fuses. Hey, there we go. I'll take it. It's something, man. Oh my god. Oh, a flashlight. Thanks. That's it. Well, son of a bitch. More tokens. We can at least buy more energy drinks and health and stuff like that if we need to. Yep. Okay. I was like, why is it raining in here? All right. Oh, hey, one of those thingies. I'll take it. Don't like the sunroof? I actually kind of like it. I kind of dig. Wait, was this that? I was gonna say I wasn't in here, was it? Stop it. Wait for the house just to collapse on me. There's nothing there. Why are you creaking? There's no roof. Oh my god, it's buried under shit. Okay. So no spark plugs. I found fuses and that is it so far. It's barely a house, I know. It is what was a house. All these extra noises, I'm just waiting for all this shit to crumble on top of me. All right, come on. Absolutely nothing. Love it. My favorite. The best. Oh, bandages again. Cool. Oh, hey, look, a tornado. Is it coming this way? Probably. The umbrella's super sturdy. I know. Mine would have... Weather clearing as the tornado is passing over. Stop making him mad. I didn't do anything. I just work here, man. I was hired to do a job. Why did it just get louder? What the shit? Is that another? Well, I guess we hope and pray, friends. That took your Jeep. Me and these fuses are gonna go places. Oh my god. Do I hear another one? Is that coming this way? broski. Like, come on now. Mine in the toilet. I'll be safe here. It'll be fine. Where'd the toilet go? It sucked the toilet out of the building. Well, ain't that some shit? Pun fully intended. Alright, so it's 0.8 miles away, and I have not found spark plugs. I have not found any of that stuff. Alright, I'm running back for a second. And it's also acid raining again. Which is just super cute. Yeah, the badges will be used. The bandages would definitely be usable now. But oh well. Hey, at least you don't lose health when you're picking up that shit. While there's no tornado, I'm going to regain my stam. It feels so slow. Don't yell at me. Shush. All right. So I've got the fuses. I do have enough. Yeah, I should definitely use it. The van is grouchy. What did I do to it? Num num. Hurry up your num nums. Let's go. All right, let's go. All right. We need coolant and spark plugs. Coolant. That brake fluid. Bitch. I can tell. I was like, I think that's green. Doesn't look right. Battery. Here's a really good luck with coolant at the water towers. The water towers do usually provide. I'm just trying to be very cautious due to the aggressive nature of all these tornadoes. As I was saying, the nader's like, you rang. No, I did not. Go away. It's acid rain. Endless tornadoes. Back up a touch. What if that water tower fell into the building? You know how sick that'd be. When in Rome. Stop yelling at me. $4:55 in the morning. Jesus, dude, go to bed. I have found Jack Diddley, dude. Oh, hey, coolant. That's motor oil. Fuck. I was gonna say, that's not coolant. That's not pink. Get out of here. Sorry, I got excited. All right, well, when in Rome. I don't think it likes you too much. I don't think it does either. Damn, dude. Yummy looking burger though. Did you see that? All right. More tapes. Not useful. All right. What do we got in the garage? We got some fuel. That's also not useful. I need cool. I have not seen coolant and spark plugs the entire time. Entire game. No coolant, no spark plugs. None. And the F5 is basically here. Well, I tried. Well, we tried. I also keep searching. Why the hell not? And the acid rain in the last like little stretch here is just a punch square in the nads, you know what I mean? It's so mean. Alright, so there's literally nothing here except more motor oil. I found another oil, sweet. Beautiful, lovely. Hey, I found coolant. Let's go. If I found some spark plugs, we'd be in business. If I could somehow magically... Oh, is this a second one? The shit? What's up, Dilly? The panic installing the spark plugs under pressure is crazy, too. Oh, my God. I haven't even done the spark... Wait, have I done the spark plugs? I don't think I've even found it, but how are you? We did it. Okay, I don't think this is classed as did it when I'm still missing a thing. Tried. We tried our little heart out. Now I've already been in here. All right, well, time to go meet our maker, I suppose. How's the night so far? Not bad. My luck with living tonight has not been great. It's not been great. Yeah, when in Rome, dude. Might as well do it, right? Get some practice here. Got it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Okay. I just gotta use the truck. Okay. So we take out the old ones. Install the new ones. Wait. It's E, right? Yeah. So we need to make these all red. Make these all green. Now we just need the spark plugs. Well, gotta fly. What if I hide here? I'll be safe. It'll be fine. I'll be safe. I'll be safe. I'll be fine. Okay. Mission complete. Who wants a pizza party? I'm down. Listen, nightmare. I was missing spark plugs and one of the data points. What am I supposed to do, dude? There's nothing I can do about it. Okay. They were nowhere to be found. I was being attacked by 17 tornadoes / acid rain. So close yet so far. I know. I'm gonna do Nightmare again. Nightmare that's decent. We're doing it again. Yeah, I feel like it's a must. Surviving was not an option. No, 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 no. No, we had multiple F4s just stacked on top of us. It was just rude. Rude, crude dude. Rude, crude dude. All right. Solo nightmare time. Let's go back and do it again. Tornadoes had a family reunion while you were working on fixing your van. Oh, no lightning. That must mean that something's raining out there and it's going to kill me. Okay. That's how we're going to do this. You want to play hardball? Let's play hardball. Cat and Joey! What is up, dude? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, you lucky dog. Oh my god. Joey, how's the games, man? I'll tell you, there's been zero mercy in my games. My god. Good llama, how are you? Welcome in. How's it going, friends? How are the games? Oh, finding some of this stuff has been rough. That's why I don't land right. Oh my god, I didn't turn the key again. I got so antsy leaving the truck. This is the... We'll wait this one indoors. If I see anything, I'll just grab it. Let me there. I do that often too. I'm ready to go, man. I'm like, okay, the faster I get out of this, the quicker I can pick up stuff. Yeah. There's fuel here too. I might not even need fuel. Oh, there's brake fluid too. What the? This is spicy, dude. Did you take part of this building out or no? Oh my god, what the f— I have fuel, brake fluid, coolant. Okay, fuel, this is what we're gonna do. Here's the idea. Okay. Fuel, you're gonna wait here. You wait here. We take fuses. We go upstairs. We take coolant. I mean oil. Brake fluid, oil, fuses. And we go back. 4-tire run, you shut your lips. You shut your lips. Don't you wish that upon me? Joey, thank you again for the raid, man. If you do have to raid and run, know that I appreciate you. If you guys aren't already following Captain Joey, another homie, plays lots of games. Lots of games. Has also been indulging in the funnel runners. I appreciate you, man. Okay, watch. I'm not going to need any of this. How much you want to bet? All right, safety first. Let's shut the door. If I need all of it, that's crazy. Okay, well, I need oil. And then there's the data points. Okay. So the oil is useful. It's just that I need a tire, which means that I also need a jack, and I also need a toolbox. Damn it. Couldn't need the other ones. Me and my friends have been playing this lately. What was the update? So with this update, they have changed. I'm pretty sure that I can say the things that have been changed for the update. Quality of life updates, there's a bunch of bug fixes, but they added different mini games. The other thing too is I'm not exactly sure from the last patch that they did up to this one exactly what they added. I'm looking. But yeah, fixed an issue where the lag was causing the mini games to display different across different players. Fixed archive entries failing to unlock alongside achievements. Fixed an issue where getting stunned during a minigame rendered the fix non-interactable. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's here. I'll have to go back to this. All right, let me go put the... Did they update the sound too? I think so. The brake fluid, right, that's completely new. So when we were going to this, I was like, wait a minute, brake fluid? Spark plugs? So now we have 2 new things that are possible for us to need for the vehicle. So you have brake fluid and spark plugs. Same deal when you find them, you know, do the mini games and all that jazz. I have not actually done spark plugs yet though. The Nader's excited to see you. Well, tell it to F off. I am not excited to see it. How's that feel? New stuff and things, new stuff and things. There we go. I can't move forward. Okay. I can't. Well, that was shocking. At least it let me finish putting the oil in, I suppose. It does not like being told to go away. No. No, negative. I love the destruction in this game. The destruction is so great. Just staying safe at my base. I could go look over there real quick too. See if I can find maybe a jack. I need a jack, a tire, and toolbox. Like I need all 3 of those things. The spark plugs are hard. I haven't even had a chance to do it yet. So when I get a chance. How do you put someone out when they're on fire? You pee on them. No, they just eventually go out. Imagine if the tornadoes could actually pick up items and throw them. That would suck so much. It's a good little puzzle to do. Dilly, listen, you have to understand, I see VHS in your name, and I hope you know that that excites me. This is a separate tornado, by the way. Not the one we just saw across. This is a different one. And there's another one forming. Right there. I hear it over there. Do I have time? F it. We're just running. F it. God, go, Julia. We got chaos. Don't you love the RNG? I know. I know. It's just how it goes, man. Well, at least the TVs still work. Oh, look, our granola bar. Oh, never mind. It goes straight to the warnings. I hear a tornado to my left and also to my right. That's... Oh my God. I'm gonna go over here. Just in case. What kind of beer do we have? Is Twister on a streaming service right now? I don't know. That's a great question. I'm not really sure. Check the yard. Oh, by the way, it's still lightning. Thank you. You know, I wasn't too sure. It's very on brand for me, though. You know, with the whole lightning bolt thing. Oh, shit. I don't have a crowbar anymore. Oh, yeah. Wifey, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Does this suit attract lightning? Dude, I don't even know. Look, another granola bar. My God. Well, if there was a bathtub tire, it's gone now. I need you. I need you. You helpful. Am I okay? Is that a no? If there's a tornado going over top of you, but when there's 3 of them back to back to back, just F you, huh? Wow. Dude, I'm about to go back to the sausage game. And then getting electrocuted while inside of the manhole. That's just mean. Absolutely mean. That was a time. Go back to the wall. We're throwing wieners at the wall. I'm out of here. God damn, dude. Ay, 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 ay. Well, you know, it's a thing. I'll tell you though, like, if anything, no matter what, like, even though, you know, there might not have been a lot of living going on tonight, the game feels really good. It feels smooth. I mean, if you're trying to make it a nightmare, it's making it a nightmare. That's for sure. Yeah. Stutters? Not that I could tell. They were throwing temper tantrums. Yeah, so that whole manhole thing, we tested it one day just to see if it would work. I didn't know if it would literally rip you out of the manhole or if you would be okay. So a tornado was coming. I said, F it. I jumped into the manhole and it went right over top and I lived. Obviously my health is draining, but it's like almost like a hiding spot. So in a pinch, I mean, you're safe. The tornado's not going to get you. But when you're on Nightmare and 3 spawn on top of each other, well, F you then, huh? Game looks really good too, graphics wise. It does. Yeah, like I said, the destruction and everything is looking so good. I'm hoping that, like, at some point when it comes to the destruction with the game, that you can literally watch as the house gets ripped apart. What I mean by that is that not being so instant, almost like you're watching it being peeled back and being torn apart like that. Oh man. Can you use health stuff while you're in the manhole? No, because the only thing it gives you the option for is trying to get out. So both of your hands are up. It makes sense that you can't do any of that stuff. Layer by layer, right? So like if it was ripping the van apart, you watch it as it slowly starts peeling back the front as it goes back towards the other side. Yeah. All right, guys, I have ads coming. I'm going to go ahead and run them though. I do 3 minutes every hour. So yeah, I try to run them so that way you guys don't get hit by ads in the middle of the game. So I'm going to go ahead and run them now and then we'll BRB. Okay. But 3 minutes. Okay. I love that they got the tornado sound so accurate immediately too. Yeah. Hey, Foxy. I don't think I know this game. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, it's a good one. Do a little stretch. I know. I'm stretching my back. After 5 a.m. Gonna face plant the pillow for a while. Have fun. Good luck. Thank you. Good night, Chaotic. We'll probably hit in the hay soon too. It's after midnight for me. Yeah, it's after midnight for me too. Hope you liked the clip. Try to get as much as I could. Thank you. If anything, I appreciate it. Even if you don't get everything, I appreciate it because then I know what spot it's in and then I can go and clip extra if I need to. So I appreciate it. It's really, really helpful. I always go back through the clips. Always. I love the look so good. My 7-year company can still turn and wait, what? I love that it looks so good, but my 7-year company can still turn and burn it. Wait, what? Good night, Pint Size. Have a good one, dude. Hitting the video store this weekend. Check the Discord for the list. Oh, appreciate you, Chaotic. Thank you, friend. Yeah, I definitely will. I need to post my latest haul video that I have, and then I have another one to record because I have more movies that I have. Not to mention the ones that you got me, Chaotic. And I also need, I got some 2x4s because I need to saw them down so that way I can put them on my shelves because I have enough to the point where I have double rows and I don't like double stacking where I can't see the back row. And the height of the shelf is only high enough where I can lift the back row by like, I don't know, like 4 inches, 3 or 4, like probably about 4 inches. So what I do is I cut 2 2x4s and stack them under the back row so that it lifts them up and I can see all of the movies. So I got a bunch more 2x4s. I just got to cut them down. See you, Dorito. Have a good night, friend. Oh, funnel runners. Oh, it has to be programmed well. Otherwise, my compy would struggle. I got you. Yeah. Yeah. Optimized really well. Like a spice rack. Yeah. It works. I mean, it's the best option. The next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get some picture frame, not picture, like, what is the word? The picture frame, like picture shelf, basically, where I can lean movies against the wall and just line it up as if it's like a now showing section kind of thing. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna get a couple posters and put them in that room too. I just don't know which ones yet. Piece by piece, man. Piece by piece. Thank you, Jenny. I have to do that with all my books. Hey, it works. Gets the job done. All right, we back. Have you seen the movie Down Periscope? I have. Gonna get you to a Super VHS store one day. Oh my god. I have, though. Yeah, I don't think I have it, but I've seen it, though, many times. Many times. Officially your birthday. Well, happy birthday, dude. All right. As much as I would love to continue, friends, as much as I would love to continue, I think sleepies is important. Back bed. Watching the ads and it just stopped playing earlier. Not sure why. Oh, but I mean, it should be. It should be completely done. Yeah. Oh, Blockbuster chain. Listen, I like collecting movies for just the sake of nostalgia and enjoying them. I don't collect them for any other purpose, really. Just so I can enjoy them. Sleep is needed. Yeah, we'll go raid. We'll go raid. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Good night, mermaid. If you guys aren't in the Discord, by the way, the Discord link is there. So is the rest of the socials. All right. Tubes, I'm letting you go, friends. We're going to go raid. Much loves. Preserving our heritage. Exactly. Yes, sir. Let me sell you a DVD rewinder. Some blinker fluid. Speaking of Blockbuster, retro rewind again someday. I will. Yeah, I told somebody else that I would do that because it's been a while. I haven't played since they've added some of the other. I haven't played since they've done a few of the other updates. Yeah, I definitely will. For sure. All right, go here, go here. Blood Bunny, welcome in. How are you? I'm waiting for the video game update this fall. I'm surprised. I don't know why I thought the video game update had already happened. Doug does that one too. The titles are fire. Oh, inside the retro rewind game? Yeah, the titles are good. Ooh, I need to change the 24/7 channel. I got to change the throwback. Of course, Necro. No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, dude. All right, let me go over here. All right, mute this. Go there. Oh, I know what I can do. You know what? I'm on it. I'm on it. Brew Frost, thank you so much for the follow, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's see. Thank you, Taku. Let's see. Are they still alive? Do you do movie marathons after Star Passes? We've been listening to Rocky Horror soundtrack today here. Not usually. I might try to pull up a flick, pull up a movie, but we actually recently listened to the Rocky Horror soundtrack when we were on the way to New York because we were going to go see Rocky Horror on Broadway, and my wife hadn't really listened to the show. She hasn't watched the movie, but she knew the like Time Warp and like the other popular ones. So I had her listen to the entire album the entire way there. That was good. That was great. But yeah, I love the movie. And the Broadway show was so good. So good. But like 5 members of the principal cast just left that show, including Luke Evans. Did you make her throw bread? I didn't make her throw bread. Oh, you watched Clue for the first time? Oh, that is such a good one. Let's see. I'm peeking. Clue's a very good one. That's if I'm adding to my list of movies I want to get, that's on the list for sure. It was for a digital storytelling class. Oh, that's cool. See ya, coffee. Rock Horror is a favorite movie and musical of mine. It's so good. All right, no, they've been live for a while. I was going to look for somebody that's doing funnel runners. My professor worked on Hollywood movies like Spider-Man and stuff. Really? And a sound effects artist. It was really cool. That's pretty awesome. New friend? I'm thinking so. I'm thinking that's the plan. All right. Hold on. Let me hear what their stream sounds like. Don't mind me.
System fucking healing is the question. What is that? A flashlight? A portable conductor? I don't want that.
I'm peeking. I'm trying to see. I'm seeing where we're going.
Oh,
right
really?
now.
Yeah.
If you can do it.
Raid message? I got you.
Do you see my flashlight?
Oh, you got an umbrella. Hell yeah, dude.
Mary freaking Poppins.
Alright, so, dude,
Bad, you know, he can get pretty feisty.
I don't like it tight, but I don't like it loose.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have to have the right, amount of it, you know, just a little bit.
We just need a toolbox.
The goose, I don't like it, like...
Okay, I'm putting the tire.
tender.
I'm putting the tire right next to the new tire.
Oil and fuel.
I have
had
the
oil.
scissor jack and
I already did the scissor jack.
See, I usually hesitate to just immediately bring somebody onto the screen.
we have to hit level 10 or hard.
Yeah.
Level 4.
Level 6.
Yeah, but I haven't played this one too.
True.
Thing is, you're only like a game or two behind us anyway, so.
Yeah.
Seems like the best option so far.
Yeah, 'cause I
Oh
think
my
the first
God.
time we only played twice.
Yeah, we didn't play a lot.
Texas, thank you for the biddies.
It wouldn't be too bad. I mean, I think as long as
I'm usually
whoever's
quick with
host
it.
is
I'm
level
usually just
10.
like, okay, this looks good, let's go. But I was like, oh, let me click in and just see how they are.
I think so.
Like
Still
this,
acid
like this
right now,
guy's
who knows
very
that?
interesting. Like he's got like a squished camera, and his game is like
Yeah,
minute
I
like
think so
small.
was. Oh, it was regular rain.
Yeah, because I've been
Well,
running around outside. And I haven't been hurt.
It's entertaining to check out the different peeps. See what different peeps'
What do you
setups are, you
mean?
know?
I hear it.
I kind of want to go to this guy.
Oh, it's coming for me.
Talkative is better than silence. Amen. Amen.
I need that toolbox.
Hearing someone talking
Oh, the house is creaking.
is way more important
That's
to me
fine.
than their like
It
than
is
their
most
setup.
certainly not.
I'm in.
Oh, you're in here?
Oh,
Who is that?
Say we do it.
It's you? Okay.
yeah.
Let's do the things. Kate, thank you for the sub.
Have you gone upstairs yet?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna mute them. I'm gonna mute them so that way we can go say hi. All right. It's been a while. Well, welcome back. They've been streaming for like an hour and 40 minutes. So I can only assume they'll be going for a bit. Oh, Kate, I appreciate that so much. Hype train. Is there a hype train? Oh God. All right. Do we need to raid quickly? Joey, thank you again, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, let me lock in their name. Unfollowed you for some reason? Twitch. That happens all the time. There's been plenty of people where I go to visit their stream to say hi and I realize that it unfollowed me. It's a common thing. Flash is the sausage main. No, I'm not. I do have to figure out though if I want to post a video with that. And if I do, I'm probably going to do some hard like cutting down because there's no shot I'm going to show an hour of me trying to do the wall for the weird sausage game. Oh, thank you, Kate. Good night, Storm. Thank you. Thank you. I will be live again on Friday, though, friends. Just named the video 8 hours of sausage. Oh, my God. I'm going to be getting the wrong audience break. I can't do that. Just 2 times speed. I'm just going to time lapse it until I do it successfully. Yeah, we're going to be drawing in the wrong crowd. I can't be doing all that. Oh, my God. It's disturbing that you so quickly had a sausage ready to rock. That's disturbing. Loop a 30-second clip for 8 hours. Let's go. How come everyone else can say sausage and I can't? Well, it depends. How are you saying it? Elwood is a sausage? Well, there we go. You hear that, Elwood? Huh? How you feel about that? Congrats on flinging your wiener the best. Thank you. Thank you. You know what? I'm proud that I stuck with it and I didn't quit. I didn't quit. 2 streams, finished it, and we had enough time to do a bunch of funnel runners. Not upset about it, man. Not a quitter. Amen. Can hold that over a certain someone's head. I can hold that over a few couple somebody's heads. Yeah. Nope, didn't live a single time. Not tonight. Which is funny because I think the last time I played solo, I did the gambit. Like I played every difficulty and lived every time. This time it was just carelessness of just, well, you know, being an idiot. The best wiener flinger ever. Okay, well, it's time to raid. One more time, just in case you guys didn't get them. If you're a follower, that one's for you. If you're a sub, the next one's for you. Creepy tier 3, that is for you. We're going to go visit a new friend who is playing some funnel runners. We're just going to meet somebody new. You never know. It's always good to go meet new peeps on Twitch. But thank you guys so much for all the love today. I will be back on Friday at 8:30, and we'll probably be doing Faz. If not, I'll make sure to post in the Discord if we're doing anything different. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Does September pricing start on Friday? I think. Does it? Oh, Jesus Christ. Discord link? I got you, friend. Right there. Oh, it starts tomorrow. Okay, shit. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. Tomorrow, as in Friday. To me, it's yeah, technically Thursday. So it does. It starts Friday and then it lasts until October 1st. Yep. Sweet. Okay. We'll have to think of something big for September. I don't know what it's going to be yet. I have no clue. But thank you guys again so much for the awesome stream. I love you all. I will see you guys on Friday. Bye.